Mike, did you test your mic?
Is it working?
Do you want, Mike, do you want Rod on the meeting prior to the vote? Jan, we're good now.
This meeting will now come to order, and we will need a motion to allow Mayor Curry to Zoom. If someone would make that motion, please. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rich?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Laura? Yes. Okay, motion carries. Mr. Curry, before you begin the meeting, we have a request to move an agenda item, the CART resolution in Part 10A, to move it up in front of the police chief's report. It would be after number 6, Part 6.
Thank you, Jan. You said above the police department?
Okay, you're ready to go.
Okay, thank you very much. Have we had the invocation of the pledge?
No, sir.
Jan, would you mind to return the invocation, please?
Lord, we thank you for this opportunity to serve the people of the town of Richlands. We thank you for a beautiful day. We ask that you lead and guide us and help us to make good decisions that will be beneficial to the people of this town. We ask all of this in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, council. First, thank you, council, for allowing me to participate via Zoom. I have had an illness that I will be back very soon in commission. I do appreciate that. Okay, so is there, we're on Roman numeral 4, additions and deletions to the agenda, and we've had a request to move under Roman numeral 10A, to move the CART resolution, which is R 2025-0302, to before Roman numeral 7. So if we can, we'll just call that 6A. Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Are there any other additions or deletions to the agenda?
Mr. Mayor.
Please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Can we add
Yes, sir.
under 16 executive closed session, under item D, can we also add where it says personnel overtime and make that slash also town manager?
Okay, that to be clear, I'm sorry. Roman numeral 16D, and we're gonna add, personnel overtime and then also town manager into that?
Yeah, it already states personnel overtime, and then we can just add to that item, town manager. I cleared this with the attorney first, Mr. Mayor. He said this is okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, that's, sure. Are there any other proposed additions to the deletions of the agenda? Hearing no other comments, is there anyone in council chambers who wishes to speak under unscheduled public comments?
Anyone wishing to speak? Mr. Mayor, we have no one.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, hearing no further changes, proposed changes in the agenda, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So
I make the
moved.
motion.
Okay, thank you, Gary. And who makes the second?
Jan.
Okay, Jan makes the second. There's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
Thank you, council. It is unanimous that we now have an agenda. Okay, now on Roman numeral 6, under minutes, we have 3 sets of minutes to approve. The minutes of February the 11th, 2025, which are regular scheduled meetings. February the 26th, 2025, a special called meeting. And March the 4th, 2025, a special called meeting. Are there any additions, deletions, corrections that need to be made to these minutes?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
when we get through with this, we need to go back and do the authorization to pay the bills.
oh, did I miss that? Oh, I'm
Yes,
so
sir.
sorry.
That's okay.
Forgive me. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Let's go back to Roman numeral 5. Is there not, has everyone had an opportunity to look at the check register? Thank you, Jan. Are there any questions on the check register?
I do have some questions, but I just brought them to Chief Holt's attention right before the meeting, so I haven't had a chance to have an answer yet. So I don't know,
Can we table this to the end of the meeting, Mr. Mayor?
and I don't know if he's gonna, some of this stuff, I don't think he's gonna be able to ask today. So there's a couple on the actual check ledger, but then also on the ACH report. So I don't know if we want to pull that out and vote on it at a different time, or if you guys are comfortable taking a vote with it, that's good too.
Laura, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
The question's about, questions, and Chief Holt, you apparently have not had an opportunity to review these, research these questions, is that correct?
Yeah, most of them, there's some that's going to require a little bit of research. So what I've asked council to do, I'll go ahead and ask council, if you have questions about an individual purchase, just let me know in the form of an email or highlight it on the hard copy tonight. I can do that research and get back to you through an email if that's okay.
Okay, I think that's fine. Laura, are you good with that, since you have questions?
Yes, sir. And Chief Holt and I just saw it as we came into the meeting, so I literally just asked him before we started. And he's going to get back to me on the questions that I had. So however,
Okay. Chief Holt, are these things, apparently it's going to take you a little bit more than tonight to find those answers, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so, council's approval will be needed. Should we go ahead and just, authorize the payment of these bills?
Can we,
Council's discretion.
can we remove items? Can we do it subject to legal? You know, what do we do?
I don't know. I guess the ones on the check ledger we could probably set aside, but the ACH report is the credit card. There's no way we're gonna be able to pull individual things off of that?
This has already been paid anyway. It's already been paid.
The certificate here, is it the ACH?
Yeah, the credit card's already been paid,
Yeah,
and there's some
he's
questions
right,
on
it's got a
this,
stamp on it.
but I think it's already been paid. So I guess what we would do is just, I don't know, maybe lean to Mike on that answer. Mike, if we vote to approve things and then we found some things on here that, may or may not be reimbursable, what do we do in that situation?
Are you talking about is the only questions about the ACH that's already been paid?
No, sir, there's
Oh, okay.
2 on the actual check ledger. But it is the paid checks report.
Laura, may I ask which two on,
Yes. The first one is, check 17074, and it's per diem for working late. And I'm just curious why. And there's another check, 17080, that's for the same thing, per diem for working late. So I'm just kind of curious why per diem for staying late, usually you just get paid hourly or whatever.
Chief Holt, are you able to answer that at this time?
I'm not, sir. That's something I'm going to require a little time, and then I can get back to the council on that. Again, I would be glad to do that tomorrow in the form of an email if council is agreeable to that.
Okay. I'll defer to Laura, she's the lady. And Laura, are you comfortable with going ahead? I think these have been paid, but I'm not positive. But approving this, subject to review?
I think I may know the answer.
Oh,
Is
perfect.
it the per diem ones?
Yes, sir.
I think that was the evening that the mechanic shop had to work late on some of the snow trucks, and they had asked permission to get some meals.
Okay.
I think that's what that's for.
Why didn't we just buy them meals?
Because we're writing, the checks are written actually to them. One is $75 and one is $28.
Yes, again, I don't know if they bought them and we reimbursed it, so again, those are some questions I'm going to have for some department heads
And
and for
that's-
clarification.
That's not at all Chief Holt's fault. I just brought it to his attention today, and he's not had a chance to look at it. My only hesitation is, like, kind of what Seth said, if we vote yes, and then we're like, wait, we find out that that's maybe something, can we go back, or if not, do we take these 2 out and wait, or?
Well, again, I think at the end of the day, we've already paid those, whether it's through the credit card or by check at this point.
So there's no taking it back?
I don't, no, ma'am. As far as if it's something that's in line with our policy, or if it's something we're going to do in the future, I could certainly look at that and report back to you.
I appreciate that. And again, I just literally asked him as the meeting was starting, so he hadn't had a chance to, and he wasn't here when this took place, so that's why he's not sure.
Well, I will defer to council's wishes. My thinking, we could maybe, I will defer to Mike on this. Mike, can we separate, is it possible for council to separate the approvals based on the check register that we have paid versus the ACH, until you can answer these questions, if we can vote on one but not the other?
I think you can do that, but like what Chief Holt is saying is that money's already been paid. Like in the future, if council doesn't want to go in this, we can change the policy.
Okay,
I'm going to make a motion. Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
I'm going to make a motion to pay the bills and us to review them too. This $75 and what's the other one?
$28.
$28. For the council to look at that for a future, how we do that. Yeah, everybody good with that?
And there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seth makes the second. Is there any discussion on this motion?
The-
And Rick, let me make sure you're making the motion to authorize the manager to pay the bills in essence, right? Or approving them.
Yes.
The only other thing that I would say, Mr. Mayor, is that if we find something on the credit card statement that was outside of the reimbursement policy, we can certainly call that back if we need to do that.
We can review that.
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay, are we clear on the motion and the intent of the motion?
I just have one other item on this during the discussion. Can we not get these statements ahead of time?
That was actually.
That's a problem. If we're not getting them till you've already paid them, I don't want to do that anymore.
Yeah.
We need to be able to see this before you do it. I think that makes more sense.
When I-
Is that possible?
Yes.
May I?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I had that discussion prior to you getting here. I think it's important for you to be able to review those. That way you can ask the manager questions before council meeting and it'll clean up a lot of this. We can look into it, provide you those answers prior to a council meeting. Because you're seeing them here tonight and you have questions and I understand and respect that. So I do think that you need to get them earlier so we can work through that, so it helps clean up the process. We're going to work through that, Seth.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
He mentioned that when I asked him tonight. He said we need to scale it back and get it early.
Mr. Mayor, my motion is just to pay this one. This one will be a different motion.
That's already been paid.
I know. So it's already done.
Okay, let me make sure I understand. Rick, I'm sorry, you were holding up two sheets and I can't see from here which one you're holding up. Which ones?
We're talking about the credit card statement right now.
Yes. Okay, so are we clear? This is a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you, council. To be clear, are we good on the text at this point? Council?
Yes, because Chief Holt's going to look into that, and if there's any policy changes that need to take place, we'll bring that back up.
Thank you.
Can I add one more thing to that? I mean, typically, these big, large check runs, the checks might have been cut, but they're not being mailed until after the council meeting. Unless you heard,
The check,
right,
the credit card's paid.
The credit card's
yeah,
paid.
yeah.
But if we can get the credit card statement, you get the statement before you pay it. So give it to us, give us the next one. This is in January, it's March.
Yeah, we're going to put you
Yeah.
way ahead of time. That way,
When you get them in the mail, just send them to us.
absolutely, and we'll get them out as soon as we can. That way
Okay.
it'll help clear this up. Absolutely.
Thank you, council. So if I am on track, and we are now, I'm now asking to approve the minutes. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. All right, so we're on Roman numeral 6 minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes. February 2025 regular scheduled meeting. February 26, 2025 special call meeting minutes. And March 4th, 2025 special called meeting. Are there any corrections, deletions, or additions to these minutes?
There was one small correction. There was just a spelling mishap that our clerk corrected earlier. So just in case anybody else caught it, it's been corrected.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other additions, deletions, corrections to the minutes? 3 sets.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes.
I second.
There's a motion on the floor to
I second it,
approve 3
Mayor.
sets of minutes. Is there a second?
I second it, Mayor.
Gary? Thank you, Gary. Any discussion on this motion before we take a roll call vote? Hearing no further discussion, maybe have a roll call vote, please, Amanda.
Yes. Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Okay, now we have moved the cart resolution to the next position. So we have a CART resolution, R 2025-0302. And with council's approval, I will read that as best I can. I just want to say my voice is much improved over yesterday, and I'm grateful for that. Okay, recognizing CART. Resolution R 2025-0302, the Richlands Area Citizens for the Arts. Whereas the Richlands Area Citizens for the Arts, CART, began in 1981 with founder Mary W. Lawson and community volunteers committed to developing cultural opportunities within Tazewell County communities and fostering an appreciation and awareness of the arts vital to the quality of life for all citizens of Richlands and beyond. And whereas CART's Board of Directors in 1988 hired part-time employee Ginger H. Bratton, Secretary and Arts and Education Coordinator, who transitioned into the role of Executive Director. And whereas CART provided arts and education to all schools in Tazewell County and continued to encourage this educational experience. And whereas CART expanded cultural offerings throughout Tazewell County and became known across the Commonwealth as Citizens for the Arts. And whereas CART provided 9 to 10 main performances in its performing arts season for the past 44 years, including theater, dance, music, international showcasing, and deep-rooted Appalachian heritage arts. CART's vision helped to create an awareness in the arts that created opportunity and excitement for the people of our area. And whereas the town of Richlands continued matching funding to CART since 1989 through the Government Challenge Grant and the Creative Communities Partnership Grant. It is one of the only towns in the Commonwealth of Virginia to provide continued matching funding since its inception through the Virginia Commission for the Arts. This is an honor that the town of Richlands can proudly claim as its own. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the town of Richlands hereby commends CART for nurturing creativity, fostering cultural enrichment, and establishing a legacy of artistic expression for generations past and generations to come. Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt this resolution?
So moved.
Jan makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you. There's a motion and a second to adopt this resolution. Is there any discussion on this resolution? Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please, Amanda?
Yes. Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Gordon?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Thank you, council. The vote is unanimous. I have just a few personal words to say, and I'm very grateful to the town of Richlands and our current council for its continued support of CART. And as everyone knows, CART will have its final curtain call this coming June 30th. And at this time, I know on behalf of the council, I want to congratulate CART for so many years of dedicated service, tons of volunteers, hundreds of them, who have given their time, talents, and resources to help promote the artistic culture in our community, things that maybe we might not have had. And I can personally attest to people that I know who have benefited from it, who've made careers from music, dance, theater, because they were inspired by CART. And I cannot help but mention several people that I have known in my life who have supported them. And I'm sure that I will be forgiven for only mentioning a very few. But I'm thinking in the past, there's Charlotte McVeigh, who was a deep supporter of CART. Carol Clear, my late friend Sam Shulkin, my late friend Larry Addison. All these people, and many, many more, were supporters of the arts. And for what they have done, and those who are current and living, on behalf of the town council, Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak at this time, members of council?
Mayor,
I can't see who's in, go ahead, Gary.
I just want to thank them for the years of dedications that they've gave to Richlands.
Thank you, Gary. Anyone else on council wish to speak?
I just want to say thank you to all these people that have made it possible and given some of our children who otherwise would not had an opportunity to attend some of these events. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jan. Anyone else wish to speak?
I would
Mayor.
agree. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I would agree with what Jan said and what Gary said as well. CART is so much bigger than any one person. It's really been a collaboration, and all of the volunteers, a lot of them are in the audience right now, and this is absolutely for every one of you guys there and every person who's been to CART, and Ms. Holmes for letting me skip homework one night to see a late night to CART event in Bluefield when I was in 3rd grade.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else wish to speak?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say thank you also, and I'll be honest, I didn't know that that Miss Lawson founded this in 1981. That's kind of amazing, and so CART has been around almost as long as I have, very close. And growing up in this community, CART has always been something that everyone looked forward to, and it got to expose our area to some unique cultural events that otherwise the folks here would not have been able to attend, and I just want to say thank you. Dedication, devotion, and a lot of years and hard work, and so thank you for that. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Seth. Anyone else wish to speak on council?
Yes, I'll just reiterate whatever all the other council members have said up here. Thank you all. I was lucky enough to grow up when all these events were happening. Super impactful to a lot of people, including myself. So I just want to reiterate, thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Any other comments from members of council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank y'all. We appreciate everything that y'all have done. Thank you for what you give to the children and how it's really helped them develop through the years. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Rick. That is so much appreciated by the members of CART, past and present. And so I can't see who's in the audience. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on behalf of CART or multiple persons? I don't know who's there. If you are, please come to the podium and speak your piece. Is anyone out there?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
We've got someone coming. Ms. Holmes is coming up.
Okay. Elaine, are you there?
I am right here, Rod.
Thank you, Elaine.
I appreciate all the kind comments that you made about CART. Really appreciate it. I feel like that CART has been able to expose so many students to finer arts, and including the ones that you said, dance, music, and culture. And we've learned a lot from different cultures that we're not normally exposed to here in Richlands. And so that's been another positive aspect. I particularly want to thank the past presidents. I'm just the current one. Sylvia Boyd, Rod Moore. There are past presidents and there are more before them. But the person who I want to thank the most is the organizer who has done all the hard work, the work behind the scenes to get these groups to come into our town. And there are so many things that Ginger has had to do to accommodate them. Our prices in the last couple of years have been more, almost double. Another thing is sometimes it's hard to get groups to come to Southwest Virginia. You all can identify with that, I'm sure. And she has worked tirelessly and of course I've been there this year to see all this extra work. So I'd like to give a hand to Ginger Branton as the Executive Director of CART and all the hard work that she has done. So let's give her a hand, please. Ginger, would you like to say a few words? I can't see.
Ginger, are you there?
There she is.
Well, actually, I would just like to respond to some of this, to all of my friends and all of the supporters of CART. It has been a true joy for me and very humbling experience to be able to have the opportunity to enrich my life with all the people that I have had the opportunity to meet and actually still have relationships with to this day from all over the world. And it's just because of all of your support and that of council as well, because we can't do it singly. And that's one thing I would like to leave as a testimony to CART. Together we can strive great things. Separated, we cannot. So let's try to strive for a better community as the arts presents themselves individually to each and every one of us, because all of you are a part of it. Whether you like it or not, we all have art within our hearts. So thank you very much, and this is a true great honor. Thank you.
Council members who wish to speak to honor CART, you're most welcome at this time. Rick, is anyone else out there wishing to speak?
Yes, sir.
My name's Richard Hudson. My wife and I moved here in 1988. One of the things that we said and bragged to our family and friends about was CART. We said we've come to the right place. And I just want to thank truly.
Thank you, Dean Hudson, very much. Anyone else in council chambers who wishes to speak on this to honor CART?
Got one more.
Okay, thank you, Karen.
Ella.
I'm Ellen Elms, and I'd like to thank CART not only for all the wonderful things, as you all have mentioned, that have been brought to our children and our whole community, but as a local artist, I've been very much supported by CART. When I moved here from having grown up in New Jersey, and my husband and I came here, my parents said, "How are you ever going to make a career in art in such a rural area away from cities?" And CART supported me for the very first mural of the history of Richlands on the what used to be White's Hardware. And from there on, my career took off. And I especially want to thank Ginger and also Mary Lawson, who couldn't be here tonight because she's sick, like you, Rod. But these two women and the board of the CART organization and all the volunteers have supported me so much that Dawn and I have been able to stay here for over 50 years. And I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Ellen, thank you. How fortunate all of us are for that. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience? I don't know who's out there. I'm thinking, I'm just guessing all this. Is Sylvia Board out there?
Got one more.
Go ahead, please, come on.
You have another speaker, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Elms.
My name is Don Elms, and Ginger certainly needs to be thanked for all the work that she's done over all these years. But we're forgetting someone, and that's Doug, her husband. It's very important. I know because I've worked at the college for a number of years setting up for shows. I know what goes into them, the load in, the load out, getting the lights right, getting the sound right, all of that. And that's a lot of work, and Ginger and Doug have done that for years, and they definitely need to be receiving accolades for that.
Thank you, Don. Is there anyone else in council? Anyone else who wishes to speak? Seth, anybody else out there who wishes to speak?
Don't see anyone, Mr. Mayor. Anyone else like to speak tonight? You are more than welcome. We will take the time. One more, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Renee Winnicky. I just want to give a heartfelt thank you to Ginger and Doug and this community. I moved here about 7 years ago from Baltimore, and this art community has just been so wonderful and encompassing, and I'm just grateful. Thank you, Ginger. Thank you, Doug.
Anyone else in the council chambers who wishes to speak at this time? I want to add that Mary Lawson contacted me this afternoon via message, text, that she was unable to attend because she is not well. She'll be better. But she wanted to express her appreciation to the council for this resolution and the many years of support. And I can't remember exactly, but Seth, you had talked about it being close to your age. And I don't recall exactly, but I think this is right. So if I'm incorrect, maybe Ginger or Ellen or someone could correct me, please. I think they just met in the home of Mia Lawson and began a discussion, and from there it grew to this momentous group.
Ginger is nodding affirmatively to that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Started with a handful of us.
It was a groundswell. Thank you so much. I personally am so appreciative, and on behalf of the council, I know everyone here is. So before I take the next step, is there anyone else who wishes to speak regarding this splendid organization? Okay. Apparently, there's no one else at this time. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
I just want to say, in the last part of the resolution, it expresses a legacy for generations past and those to come. And sometimes the things that we do, well, always the things that we do affect those who come after us. And there will be people growing up in this town whose parents will say, I remember seeing this, that, and the other. And not too long ago, I think we had a group of acrobats here, and I was at the middle school at the time doing a long-term sub. And one of the children said, Mr. Curry, I want to be an acrobat, because they'd seen the Because of cartoon. Now, I'm not saying they tried to be an acrobat in my room, but they were fun. Thank you, Carter. At this time, I would like to call a 10-minute recess so that everyone in council chambers, council members, staff, and those present in council chambers can enjoy the refreshments that have been provided for the members of council for tonight. So here is, I don't have a gavel, so here we go. Done. 10 minutes. Thank you.
We've shut the doors just so they can continue to have a good time and eat the appetizers. We can move on with the meeting, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I will declare that this meeting of the Town Council is now back in session. Before we move forward, I just want to personally thank each member of council for bringing something for us to all take fellowship with in the corridor of the town hall to celebrate CART. It's very important, and I'm sure they appreciate it equally. Thank you, Ron, for providing the privacy that they need. And frankly, I wish I were there just to sit out there and eat, but I can't. So let's move on. We are now at the agenda. I'm sorry. I'm making it. Okay. We are now in the place of Roman numeral 7, Police Department Annual Report. Chief Holt. Are you there, Ron?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So this is something that we've should have done a few months back, but as you all know, we've been busy on the public safety side of the house for the last little bit. And this is a requirement for our accreditation, but moreover, it's an opportunity to brag on the good work that all the men and women of the Richlands Police Department do on a daily basis. In keeping with tonight's busy meeting, we didn't have all of our department come out like we traditionally would, so we're going to try to make it quick. We're going to hit the high points. Mayor, if it's okay, I'd like to read the letter that I've written to council.
Please do.
So it says, on behalf of the men and the women of the Richlands Police Department, I would like to thank each of you for your continued support. As a result of your support and the team dynamic that we enjoy with town administration and all of our town departments, our agency continues to grow into a department that our community can be proud of. In the past year, we have officially achieved VALIAC accreditation with the help of our accreditation manager and our leadership team. This is a very proud and historic achievement for the police department and our citizens, and is a testament to our willingness to do the necessary things to provide the very best law enforcement services for our community. Also worth noting, in 2024, we continued rehabilitating our building with the help of our wonderful town employees. We continued using existing resources to replace our aged fleet, continued to update essential equipment, added a town-wide camera system and wireless internet infrastructure, and created new programs to help the members of our community who are the most in need. While the aforementioned hard work was enough to keep our department busy, we also responded to or created over 8,000 calls for service. That's more than 1,000 more than last year. We continue to provide SRO services for 2 of our schools, conduct major investigations into felony crime, and support the ongoing fight against drugs in our community through the participation in the Tazewell County Drug Task Force. We have recently started a new crime suppression initiatives and community outreach through federal grant funding, including establishing a presence at our rec park events and bolstering business patrols during the day and nighttime hours. As a result, we have enjoyed an overall 14% reduction in criminal incidents, and that's something that we can all be very, very proud of. I continue to stand in awe of the men and women who I work alongside each and every day. Their commitment to protecting Richlands is evident in their hard work and their willingness to help me do the necessary things to make our department the best it can be. I look forward to great things to happen in 2025. So if you'll turn over, we'll skip over to...
Thank you very much, Chief Holt. That is very, very appreciated.
Yes, sir. So if you could turn over to the 2024 statistics. So at the very bottom, we can spare you all of the statistics, but at the very bottom, you see that crime has decreased by 14%, and you see that arrest increased by 13.6%. I know that sounds like an error, but it's not. And what we attribute that to is, we've enjoyed a lower crime rate of reported crimes, and we feel like we're being proactive and making more narcotics arrests, and we're solving more crimes. So there's why you see that uptick in arrest. Accidents in town, vehicle accidents decreased by an overall 4.72%. The next page is our training, and you can look through that at your leisure later on. We attend in a whole lot of really good training. We really try to work with, and we should probably give thanks to our foundation through our academy. They have provided, especially First Sergeant Short, we get a lot of free training out of our foundation. And this is expensive training that they bring to the area, and they're to be commended for that, and we enjoy that relationship. Captain Krause and I continue to be a part of the Southern Police Institute. organizational leadership program. It's a 4-part series, and we'll have our certifications and our certifications after completing the last block. And I was fortunate enough to attend the Lead Leadership Academy offered through the Weldon Cooper Institute. Laura's going to make sure that I get that correct, because I believe you attended Sorensen through there. That was a wonderful training opportunity. I've already brought back things that I know that have benefited our police department, to include most recently a brand-new value statement. And that's not something that we push out in the public. That's near and dear to us as police officers, and we have that posted in our agency. Flipping over to grants and equipment, you see that we have, again, been successful in applying for the HEAT grant. That was $12.5 thousand. That helped establish some of the camera infrastructure that we have now in town. And thanks to Alan and Frank for helping us get those up. Law enforcement equipment grant, we replaced all of our handheld 15-year-old radios. That was to the tune of about $40,902. The $25,000 you see in community policing, that's why you see our officers going to business, checking on our business community. They're at our rec park, they're at our special events. And again, you can see at the very bottom there, I'll spare you all of them, but total grants for 24-25 fiscal year were $332,940. In the last 3 years, we've been successful in pulling down about $960,000, whether it be grant, charitable donations, or money coming from DCJS to the Richlands Police Department. We're very proud of that. We had 2 graduates from the Southwest Virginia Criminal Justice Training Academy, Draven Baldwin and Landon Shelton, both of whom have provided just a tremendous service to the community since they've graduated the academy. We're blessed to have those 2 young men. Promotions last year, Noah Brown to sergeant, Aaron Haywood, who was an employee of the sheriff's office, who came over and joined us as a night shift sergeant. And we were fortunate enough to promote Lieutenant Greg Lane. He was an investigator. And Greg, if you don't, maybe some of you do know him. For those of you who don't, Greg was the chief of police of the town of Tazewell. I worked with Greg for almost 14 years at the sheriff's office. He's top shelf. He come out of retirement to join our department. And he was instrumental in our accreditation. He completely changed the way we do our business in our evidence room, cleaned up our evidence room, and made it able for us to achieve accreditation. So we owe him a tremendous debt of gratitude. On the next page, you see our EMS First Responder Program, and I'll read a little bit about it. It says, on September 5th, 2024, the Richlands Police Department launched an EMS First Responder Program as a new addition to their agency services. This program is aimed at enhancing public safety and emergency response by equipping officers with specialized training and resources to provide medical assistance before emergency medical services teams arrive. To date, the EMS First Responder Program has had much success. This innovative program has significantly enhanced emergency response capabilities within the community, demonstrating its value in critical situations. The department currently has 3 sworn officers who were trained as EMS technicians: First Lieutenant Matt White, supervisor for the program, Justin Daniels, and Seth Freeman. And within 2 weeks of that program being implemented, 2 of our guys, one of which was a paramedic, saved the life of an infant who had stopped breathing. So within 2 weeks, we saw the benefit of that program, and I can't thank Matt enough for his expertise on the EMS side of the house. It just was absolutely crucial in getting this program off the ground. Also, huge thanks to our chaplains. We have a new chaplain program. Chaplain Jared Horn, Josh McClanahan, and Aaron Roberts, who all joined us in 2024. We just felt like we were missing a part, a really important part of our police department, and that was the spiritual aspect. And they just go above and beyond and help and make sure that our officers, can achieve that spiritual and emotional balance in the department. And they've made themselves available to us, and not only us, but the community during the flooding event as well. They established a presence at the police department for counseling. You can look through our goals and objectives for 2025. One of the first ones that you're going to see, and I won't go through all of them, is that we're not satisfied with just our CALEA or our state accreditation. We're very proud of that. But we're going to move forward with a CALEA certification, hopefully in the next few years. Amanda has already taken some courses in CALEA. She's learning the ropes there, and we have applied for a grant that will hopefully offset the initial cost, the application fees and the initial cost for the CALEA process. And at the very end, this, what you're going to see, and we won't go over it tonight, but it is the start of a 5-year strategic plan for the police department, because we all need a roadmap to success, and a strategic plan provides that for us. So this is just a first cut. If you have any questions or comments, just get with me. But it's going to be hopefully the precursor to our plan, our 5-year plan. Again, all of you know that we became an accredited agency, and we couldn't have done that without your help. And I appreciate your commitment to making public safety the best it can be in the town. I mean that wholeheartedly. It's a team approach. I can't do this alone. It takes our local government, it takes our employees, it takes everybody that works for the town of Richlands and our community. Everybody's just been wonderful to work with over these last 3 years since I've been your chief, and just can't thank you all enough. Finally, we're going to finish up with our community outreach, because that's what public service is about, is service to the entire community, not necessarily when we meet you on a bad day, right? So Coffee with a Cop, National Night Out, Dignity Showers, our Trunk or Treat event, Neighborhood Watch. We got a Neighborhood Watch off the ground, and our Safety Day, which is the first time we've done Safety Day in a long time. We enjoyed that this past year. At the very end, you'll see our current staff. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to take them. But again, appreciate all your support.
Ron, thank you very much for this report. I really appreciate it. Is that something that was placed at our desk?
It is,
I
sir.
missed
Yes,
it. It's okay. Listen, thank you very much. Members of council, do you have questions or comments? I'm very appreciative to all the work that the team has done. Thank you, Ron.
Yes, sir.
Members of council.
I just want to say thank you for all your hard work. We appreciate you all on a daily basis, more than you'll know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I agree.
Thank
It's still so surreal to me to see how far we have come as a police department in Richlands, and I couldn't be more proud of you guys. I am a little partial to one of the officers, probably my favorite, which is Moose. Sorry.
Yeah, he tends to be everybody's favorite.
He's my favorite. I think he deserves a raise and probably a higher title. But you guys are doing a great job. The EMT program, I mean, whatever you guys need from us to support that stuff. I heard the 911 call, and I was there when you guys had the baby come in with the family, and it was very overwhelming. And it's just crazy to see how far and so much that people will never realize of how much you guys have changed day in and day out. You're doing it, and I am so proud of our police department.
I just want to say thank you guys. You've done an amazing job, and you're doing more with less, and this cross-training thing is imperative, just like what that proved. You know, you cross-train someone to be able to do and apply the EMS before, you know, Matthew's guys can get there in the rescue squad. You're on scene, and you're able to do something to save somebody's life. That speaks for itself, and I just want to say thank you guys so much. You know, I don't get any complaints. I don't hear any bad things, and you know, we would hear them, and I think that speaks volumes. But I hear a lot of really good comments, compliments about how you guys and how your officers are handling themselves in the community, and just being a part of this community. It's important, and just want to say thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Seth.
I'd like to say thank y'all. This paramedic response thing, or the whatever we're calling it,
Yes, sir.
with the police officer is excellent. This is what people don't understand. We've got so many ambulances running, but they may not always be where we need them. And that's where we're having a problem. So that was really a smart move, that we can send a police officer to take the place, really not take the place, but to get it done until somebody else gets there. And that is very, very smart when we done that.
Yeah, I just want to remind council, that was a promise kept. The last time I served as your interim, Laura and I, who's a member of the Public Safety Committee, we met with the county, and we asked for more money for our fire services and our EMS services. And part of that was a commitment to providing these cross-trained officers who worked in PD and eventually hiring a full-time person. And all of those are promises we're keeping either now or we're getting ready to hire at a very historic moment for the fire department, our first full-time firefighter. So those were promises kept on our behalf when we went and asked for that extra money. So it's just important to note that.
Well, it's just the safety of our public having this. I mean, it's a safety for our police officers too, because you've got somebody there that can take care of one of y'all if y'all need them.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's just a blessing all the way around for us. It's one of the smartest things we ever done.
And it actually impacts the entire western end of the county because our ambulances might be outside of the town of Richlands, and then our officers can respond. And, I watch the county, I go to the county meetings and watch neighboring towns and everything, and I've got to say, like, public safety-wise, we are leading the way of everybody in the county. When everyone else is talking about cutting back services, I was able to say, don't look at us, because we just hired our first full-time firefighter. We've got our officers, being cross-trained and everything. And, I always say we get the easy part of being able to say, yeah, go do it. But it lays on you guys to do it, and you really have done it. And, with our last flood and everything, I had compliments from state agencies, federal agencies, that we had like the perfect trifecta of public safety with Chief Holt, Matt Whited, and Rudy Keith, of that they were the leaders, they were knowledgeable, professional. So public safety wise, we're
Thank you.
knocking it out of the park, and it's because of you guys.
Thank you, Rick and Laura. Anyone
Ron?
else in council?
I just want to say, thank you, great job.
Yes, sir.
On
Thank you
top of
very-
everything else, appreciate all you do, y'all, every one of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much. Ron, we do appreciate it. On behalf of the council and the town of Richlands, we're grateful for the service that the Richlands Police Department provides. It is immeasurable. Okay, shall we move on? Okay, we're now on Roman numeral 8, scheduled public comments. This is a 5-minute maximum. Is Sabrina Endicott in the council chambers?
She is.
Okay. Ms. Endicott, if you'll come to the podium and state your case. And Jordan, would you be the timekeeper, please? Ms. Endicott?
Sure.
This is a 5-minute limit, so
Okay.
thank you very much.
And-
Thank you, ma'am.
Sabrina, I'm Sabrina Endicott. I live over there at 507 North Street. We're having a lot of speeders. I almost got hit last week, Tuesday. The vehicle's going by there too fast, and if I fell or anything, it would run over top of me. And I'd just like to know if I can get something done to slow the traffic down. And where these pretty days is, there are kids is playing in the road, and they're riding their bikes, and people's jogging. And I like to get something done before someone gets hit. Thank you.
Ms. Endicott, thank you. My first thought is to ask Chief Holt if he could investigate that. But maybe council has other suggestions. Council.
I was looking at Chief Holt too.
So she's a very nice lady. We've been in touch. I know Captain Kraus has been in touch with her, and we are trying to get a pretty firm understanding of when the speeders are most prevalent. We have asked our officers to do extra patrols in the area. As you know, I mean, we have two to three officers on a shift, 3 if we're lucky. If we have a split shifter on, and it's hard to get in areas all day long. So we do our very best as far as to do extra patrols in the neighborhood. And we'll continue to do that. And if we could, of course, get some better information about times, if there's times it's more prevalent than others, that would be helpful to us.
Well, the summertime, the traffic is so heavy, it's after another vehicle, and summer's coming and spring, I mean, that road stays hot.
Yeah, something else that we have applied for, I'm not sure where in the process we're at with that, but that mobile, if you've seen the mobile speed signs that tell you, here's the speed limit, here's how fast you're going, it'll flash if you're speeding. We've applied for grant funding through DMV, and we're hoping, I think that we're going to be awarded that grant funding. Yeah, it looks promising. So, we can deploy that device in these problem areas and maybe help slow it down. So we're hopeful that, we'll get that, and if we do, we'd be glad to bring it over to your neighborhood. And what's nice about the mobile device is it's not fixed, obviously, it's mobile. We can move it to, problem spots throughout town.
Sabrina, I've got a
Thank you.
question.
Ms. Endicott, hope that will help you.
Yes, I appreciate everything you guys are doing for me.
Thank you very, very much.
I've got a question, Rod,
Okay,
for Ms. Endicott.
thank you. We have no one else on scheduled public comments, and there was no one
Hey, Mayor,
who signed unscheduled. Yes.
Rick has a question. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Rick.
Is it a certain vehicle doing it?
It's all kinds of vehicles.
Okay.
driving through there. It's been like this over a year now, and it's getting worse.
Okay. I'm sure they can handle it. I'm sure they'll take care of it for you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions regarding Mrs. Endicott's concern? Okay, thank you very much, Council. Ms. Endicott, we thank you very much.
You guys have a
Okay.
good day.
Thank you.
Thank you as well.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to Roman numeral 10, agenda items. Roman numeral 10B, U.S. Army Corps of Engineer Flood Study Update. Chief Holt?
Yeah, I believe Laura may have an update on that, Mayor. She's had some contact with a representative of the Army Corps.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, they actually reached out to me during the last flood and just basically let us know that so Mayor Curry, Chief Holt, Matt Whited, and myself were involved in the Army Corps flood stuff. And when they sent the final report, sent it to a previous town manager, and that town manager didn't do anything with it, so they just kind of thought we fell off the map. So they sent us the study, which you guys got. We all got a copy of it at the last meeting in that big binder. And they said that they are here for us if we want to meet with them again. I'll loop Chief Holt, Matt Whited, and Mayor Curry in on the emails. We can see if they want to come here. That study has flood remediation things in it, suggestions. Really nothing would have prevented this last flood because that was historic throughout all of Southwest Virginia. But we do have options to help going forward. We just didn't know about it because we weren't looped in on those emails there at the end, and just honestly, the former administration. So if we want to pick that back up, I would be happy to continue on the way we were. It was, I don't remember, was it just Mayor Curry and myself?
It was
or-
the Public Safety Committee that they were meeting with initially.
Yeah, oh yeah, so if you guys want to allow the Public Safety Committee to pick that back up, I'll loop you guys in on those emails and we'll see what they want to do, if they want to come here, or however they did it the last time, so.
I'd just like to say too, Mr. Cook, Shay Cook had reached out to me about this as well. I think he had reached out to the Army Corps. It's kind of a simultaneous thing. You had reached out and he reached out at the same time. And I'm just thankful for that. So, he might want to be involved. I don't know if he's on public safety or not, but he does seem to have some interest in that. And whatever we can do, if there are things that we can implement to help, we've had, 3 flood events in the last 4 or 5 months?
In the last 5 years, one every year, in the
Yeah.
last 5.
Yeah, and the discussions that we've had with elected officials, both at the state and the federal level, folks with VDM, they are particularly sensitive at this point to our needs when it comes to flood mitigation. So there's money available, and I'm going to be talking with you. There's some possible money available for moving like our public safety buildings, if that's a plan, we have to get them out of floodplains and move our critical communication infrastructure out of the floodplain. So we've worked with Merchant McIntyre over the last couple weeks, our grant writers, So we're going to submit a request for earmark funding that's going to come, that's going to become available here very soon. I think that application process is open now. So we're already taking advantage of some of this emergency funding, but it's a really good time, again, because they understand right now it's still fresh in their minds. You know, Southwest Virginia, Tazewell County, Richlands was tremendously impacted by this last flood. So it's a good time to start to revive these conversations.
They're basically begging us to do something because they got all this money to help us right now.
Do you need any action or just
I mean, as
from our?
long as you guys are kosher with the Public Safety Committee meeting,
Absolutely.
I think we're,
We probably just need to schedule a date
Yeah.
for that. I know we've talked about the need, we don't necessarily need to do it every month, but maybe so
If needed.
until we get through this application process for these emergency funds.
Chief Holt and Laura and all involved, I suggest that a consensus is good at this time. And then later on, when we become more deeply involved with the benefits that the Army Corps can render to us, that probably would require a motion. But I will ask, is the council in consensus that we should become engaged with the Army, re-engaged with the Army Corps of Engineers?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, there's a consensus for you, Chief Holt and Laura and Seth and any other, all of you, okay? So thank you very much. Okay. Now we're on numeral 10C. Bob Brandenburg, Auditor. Bob, are you out there?
I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
He's here, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So Bob, step forth, please, and
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
First, I'd like to thank you for selecting Tucker Brandenburg to perform the audit. Happy to report the audit process went smoothly. Your managers and your staff, they answered all of our questions. They provided us with all the documentation we asked for. It was a really smooth process. I'm assuming you have your report. On page 2 of that report, you'll find the independent auditor's report. In the second paragraph of that report, we issued you the opinion that your financial statements are fairly stated in all material respects. That's what's known as an unmodified opinion. So that's the opinion that you're looking for on your financial statements. So that's a good thing. On page 17 of this report, your government-wide financial statements begin, and you'll have an income statement and a balance sheet. And these involve the entire town as a whole, and they're on the full accrual basis of accounting, and it's on the economic resources measurement focus, so just like for a regular business. Now, I don't want to go too much into the numbers on these other than to point out that they're there, and we'll reference them a little bit later when we're talking about some of the other reports further on. On page 19, start the fund financial statements. And the first set of fund financial statements are the governmental fund financial statements. So your governmental funds are your funds that perform your basic functions of a government, such as public safety, public works, general government administration, things like that. The governmental funds are prepared on a modified accrual basis of accounting, so it's a current financial resources measurement focus, a lot more short-term. We eliminate things like fixed assets and long-term debt. It's a lot closer to the focus that your budget has. So these will have a little bit more relevance to you. On page 19, you have the general fund balance sheet, and the general fund is the only governmental fund you have. You can see from the balance sheet, I think it's the third line from the bottom, that your assets exceed your liabilities by about $3.9 million at June 30, 2024. We can calculate your current ratio by taking your current assets and dividing that by your current liabilities. And what that tells us is that at June 30, 2024, you had sufficient current assets to pay off your current liabilities 2.27 times. Compared to 2023, you had enough to do it 2.72 times. Anything over 1 is a good thing here. If that number falls below 1, it means you don't have enough current assets to pay your current liabilities. On the next page, you'll find your income statement for your governmental funds. You can see that you had a net loss, third line from the bottom, of $353,000 in your governmental funds. And this is after transfers in of $552,000 from your proprietary funds. We can take your cash position on your balance sheet and divide that by your monthly expenses, and that gives us a working capital number. So if we do that for your governmental funds, on June 30, 2024, you had 9.08 months of your expenses on hand in the form of cash. So theoretically, you could have gone 9 months paying your bills with just that. In 2023, you had 10.89 months on hand. So 3 to 6 months is a good baseline for the minimum of where you need to be. 6 to 12 months is a nice, healthy position to be in as far as working capital goes. So you're in a good position there. You'll find after each of those statements, the balance sheet and the income statement, there is a reconciliation page. And so those are exhibits 4 and 6. And what those do for you is reconcile these governmental fund financial statements to the two financial statements, the government-wide ones I mentioned earlier in the front. So if you're trying to compare those two sheets tell you what the difference is because of the difference in focus on the two. On page 23 begins your proprietary fund financial statements. So these are prepared on the full accrual basis of accounting, just like a business, and they are the same basis as the government-wide financial statements in the front, so there's no need to reconcile the two. They'll be the same. So these are your business-type activities, your water, sewer, and electric funds. On page 23, the balance sheet, you can see in the water and sewer fund, your assets exceeded your liabilities by about $8.5 million at June 30, 2024. For the electric fund, assets exceeded liabilities by about $4.5 million. So calculating the current ratio, dividing the current assets by the current liabilities, for the water and sewer fund, you had sufficient current assets to satisfy your current liabilities 7.56 times. In 2023, that was 9.68 times. For the electric fund in 2024, it was 3.76 times. And in 2023, that was 5.62 times. So those are all a nice, healthy position to be in on those. Your income statement for your proprietary funds is on page 24. You can see at the bottom, your water and sewer fund had a net loss of $482,000. And that does include transfers out of $368,000 to your governmental funds. For your electrical fund, you had a net loss of $628,000. That also includes transfers out of around $184,000 to the governmental funds. The next page is your cash flow statement. Well, hold on. Let's cover the working capital before we move on to cash flow. So your working capital for your water and sewer fund, so your cash in your water and sewer fund divided by your monthly expenses, you had 7.77 months of water and sewer expenses available in the form of cash at the end of the year, compared to 9.65 months in 2023. On the electrical fund, you had 7.79 months on hand in the form of cash of your expenses, compared to 9.07 months in the prior year. So on to the cash flow statement on page 25. So what the cash flow statement does, it takes the income statement and it eliminates all of the non-cash items such as your depreciation and things like that don't really affect your cash. So you can see your cash position in water and sewer decreased by about $267,000 for the year ending June 30, 2024. In the electric fund, your cash position decreased by about $269,000 over that same time period. Going to the back of your report on page 76. On page 76, we start the budget to actual comparison schedules. There's going to be Schedule 1 and Schedule 2. Schedule 1 focuses on your revenues, and Schedule 2 focuses on your expenses. The two left-hand columns are your budgetary columns. The third column is your actual column, so that's what you actually did. And the far right-hand column is what we call a variance column. So it takes your actual revenues and expenditures and compares them to what you budgeted and tells you what the difference between the two was. So what you want to do when you use this report is look at that far right-hand column where the variances are, look for your large number. So there were grants that you didn't budget for, as we mentioned earlier, in early 2023, and you use those grants to purchase capital outlays. So that's the reason for the difference there. So what you want to do is when you find those differences and investigate them, then you can look at your budgetary process and see, can we bring these numbers closer together and make the budget closer to the actual. Now, that's not always going to happen, and having a variance on here isn't necessarily a bad thing, but we want to eliminate unnecessary ones and get them as close as we can together. On page 90, you'll find the independent auditor's report on internal control over financial reporting and on compliance and other matters. So in addition to looking at your financials, we looked at your internal controls and we looked at your compliance. In this report, you'll find a finding, 2024-001, and this isn't a new finding. It's a continuation of one from prior years that we're continuing to monitor. As you might recall, you were underspent on your state highway funds, and we need to get that caught up. So at June 30, 2024, you were still $2.048 million behind on those. So what we do with that is we put that on your balance sheet as a liability. So they've already sent you that money over the years, and now you have to, in order to reduce that liability, you have to perform work on the state highways. So we'll continue to monitor that going forward. Compared to last year, it's improved by about $100,000. So in the coming year, they're going to give you more money for the state highway program. So not only do you need to spend that, you need to spend a little bit extra to work on getting the deferred revenue item to go down. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? I can try to answer those for you.
I thought the large-scale paving project that we did was going to reduce that by more than $100,000.
It reduced it about $700,000, but we still had some carryover from the prior year.
Damn. The whole point of us doing that is I'm not going to, when I get off this council and I'm no longer here, I want us to be true to up on that. That's the whole point of us doing this, and I know that we have budgetary things that we have to work on, but you all need to focus on that because it is not a position that we need to be in, because past administrations in this town council, past administrations in this town did things they should not have done by accepting that money and spending it on crap that they never should have spent it on. They used it to plug holes in this budget. That's how we got into a $2 million deficit. We have to make sure it's our responsibility up here. And when this term's over, I want us to be as close to zero on that number as we can.
And you know, Ronnie and I have talked about that, and we know that that's a particularly sensitive issue for council, obviously. And we're definitely going to work through that, and we have projects planned for our next fiscal year. And some of the work that Jason Shepard does in his department, we're going to start asking for some budget amendments to bring that over. These are VDOT approved projects, and VDOT approves work that we're going to ask you to do these budget amendments, and that's going to help. We feel like that's going to help go a long way to address it.
Thank you, Bob. Are there other questions that Bob can answer or concerns?
Sorry, Bob. I wasn't going at you with that.
You're fine.
That's a sensitive subject around here.
I'm aware.
Okay, thank you.
Well, my office is in Lebanon, not too far down the road. Your staff have my email address and phone number. If you all have any questions later, you can send myself or my partner, Mr. Tucker, a message or give us a call. We'd be happy to try to answer those for you.
Hey, Bob, I did want to make a statement that we really appreciate you and your firm catching us up for 3 years' worth of audits in about 18 months.
No problem. Had a lot of help. And I'll have to commend Juan Garcia and his team for working on the books as well. So, yeah, and hopefully we will get, I'm told by the APA that if I get them the transmittal by the 17th, that we will be on the comparative report, the final comparative report as well. So that'll be a nice tool for you if we can get that done. That they put that out, and that compares all the localities in Virginia, and it's a very searchable document. So you can narrow it down to just the towns in your geographic area with a similar size to yourself. And it puts all your financials on common line items, so you can compare yourselves to them across the board. So if we can get on that report, it'll be a nice, useful tool for you.
Yeah, if I could, Mayor, if I could, real quick. Ronnie gives credit, but Ronnie deserves a lot of credit too. He has worked tirelessly over this last year to get us back on track from a financial perspective for this town. And Ronnie, we really do appreciate everything you do. We owe you a tremendous debt for the work that you've done, so thank you very much.
Well, thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ronnie and staff. Much appreciated. Thank you. Bob, anything else, sir?
No, sir, I believe that's it.
Okay. Members of council, any other questions for Bob Brandenburg? Thank you, sir. Okay, we're now on Roman numeral 10D, a resolution for the adoption of the Town of Richlands cafeteria plan. Ron, would you take that, please?
It's actually going to be Mike, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mike, would you do that?
So I believe you all have a resolution in front of you, and Mayor, I do apologize. I ran behind. I didn't get that to you. But I wanted to get that on, get the sale at the top. But this is to continue providing health care for employees of the town of Richlands. So I'll just read that. That's Resolution R-2025-03-01. A resolution of the Town of Richlands for employee health care. Whereas the Town of Richlands, Virginia desires to continue offering health insurance benefits for its employees, and whereas the Town of Richlands has historically participated in the Local Choice Health Benefits Program, and whereas the Town of Richlands by resolution needs to adopt the election of the Local Choice Health Benefits Program. Now therefore be it resolved by the Town of Richlands that the Local Choice Health Benefits Program is hereby approved, renewed, and extended to be effective on July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026.
Thank you, Mike. Question, well, I understand it's so much, there's so much to do. Was that resolution distributed just this evening?
It was.
Okay, that's fine. It's fine. Is there a motion to adopt this resolution?
So moved.
Laura makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Jordan. There's a motion and a second to adopt the resolution. Is there any discussion on this motion?
Mayor, I'll just throw that out there is that this is just a yearly resolution that needs to be approved. So.
Yes. Thank you, Mike. So now as we call it housekeeping. Thank you. Okay, hearing no discussion, I would ask for a roll call vote. Amanda, thank you.
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
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 It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Motion carries. Now we're on Roman numeral 10E, gas supply RFP. Who would like to take that?
I will, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
What you have in front of you, this is our natural gas supply RFP that we're going to put out for the potential supply of the new generator. It is one of many contracts that we're working through once we get this one in-house. But there's some technical information here, and I work with the Quantum folks. They helped me put this one together, but it does follow pretty much our standard format for an RFP. But we're asking for like firm transportation. That's where your supply can't be interrupted. It's basically built into your contract. You can have interruptible gas supply, but with what we're intending to use this unit for, we would not want that feature. We want to be able to not have to switch back to purchase power or something else down the road. So really, it's just going through, laying out the technical specs, what we expect of the supplier, and then it tells how we're going to rate the contracts or the RFPs against each other to stay objective with the overall decision. I will have to change, Jason is still on here, and some of the dates I'll have to update. Some of this was put together about a month ago, and then it was just finished out in the last week or so. So if you have any questions, and Seth, you may have some for me as well, I don't know. Just if you've had a chance to look through it.
You just need our authorization to move forward with this.
That's all it was intended to do.
Just as an, excuse me, as an explanation, excuse me, there are approximately 4 or 5 suppliers on that natural gas line, but what this does is we put this RFP out, and it allows us to negotiate terms, and we can do that on an annual basis. We can do that, at any time. But that's one of the benefits and the key aspects of choosing this pipeline and this portion that we did, because we're not stuck with one provider of gas. We can negotiate with multiple providers, and this gives us that ability to do that. But I'd put this in the form of a motion that, subject to legal review, that we approve this RFP for gas generation, gas supply services.
I'll second that.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Who
I'll-
did?
Rick,
Gary, okay. There's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes.
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 The motion is unanimous and it carries. Thank you, council. Next, Roman numeral 10F, letter of interest to Rec Committee, Sarah Lawson. Jordan, may I defer to you for this?
Sure. It would appear that Ms. Lawson has submitted a letter interested in joining the new rec committee that we discussed last time. It looks like she is an out-of-town individual. I can read this if you all would like. That's what I'll just run here and do for the people that are listening.
Please.
Hi, my name is Sarah Lawson. I live at 4861 Greasy Creek Road, Bandy, Virginia 24602. My address says Bandy because our mail carrier comes from that post office to Jewel Ridge. I physically live on Jewel Ridge. I would like to consider for the rec committee. I have no kids that play sports in Richlands, but as a volunteer in many ways that I can physically do, I see the need for things to keep our kids busy and not into the bad things of the world. I volunteer with the youth in my church at City on a Hill. Last year, I volunteered and got more involved with the Richlands Little League. This year, I am on the board. I have also helped with the Richlands Midget League football program without being on their board. I can't not name most of the kids that play sports or go to school in Richlands or the surrounding area. All I can tell you is I hear them say we don't have things for them to do or have enough people willing to help them play or do the things that interest them. Parents are even saying it's sad they have to figure out how to move away so their kids can enjoy sports or have things for them to do even as a small kid. A lot of people I have spoken to have said they feel like if they don't live in the town of Richlands, they have no say in what kind of sports or other things we need in the town to keep the kids here or things for them to enjoy. As a Jewel Ridge resident, it is so much easier to come Richlands and do things than having to go to other areas like Tazewell. Also, the other biggest complaint I hear is the cost of having to go other places to do things when they would love to pay something small and stay local. I'm sure we all as an adult body could work together and come up with ideas for our young generation to grow up with. Thank you for your time and consideration, Sarah Lawson.
Jordan, thank you very much.
Of course.
So we have a letter of interest for the rec committee. I will defer to council what they wish to do at this time.
What do we need to do overall for the rec committee? Are we prepared to, has anybody else been told anything about other members that would like to join? Is that something we want to do now? or do we want to entertain the single letter?
Mike and I were talking earlier a little bit about this as we went over the agenda and we read this off. So your committee is less formal than the commission.
Correct.
It would be just as simple as what we did for public safety, for you to work with the mayor. I know that's near and dear to your heart. You to work with the mayor. Ultimately, you make recommendations back to the mayor on who he wants to appoint, or you would, the council,
Sure.
it's whatever you decide. So it's less formal. You don't necessarily need, ground rules, bylaws, those type of things.
Agreed.
It's a more informal committee, so
Yeah.
it's really up to council.
Okay.
Council, is there any, so Ron, what you're suggesting, is this a matter, is a matter of appointment rather than motion, is that correct?
Yes, Mayor. It's similar to how recently you appointed the two temporary members to the budget committee. It's
Yes.
as informal as that.
Okay.
I said that we
Are there
just,
any other thoughts from council?
I was just going to say that we could just share our thoughts with you, Mayor, over the next week or so, and then let you make appointments at the next meeting.
I
And
think
this,
that'd be easy.
this letter came about because there was a post on Facebook that I had, it had been shared with me about the rec commission being disbanded, and people were confused about it. The paper did a really, really good job explaining everything that we said. And they tagged me in it, and I reiterated what the paper said, what we had talked about before. And this person asked who could apply or who could express interest, and I told her just shoot an email. I would share it with the council. I passed it on to Chief Holt, and he distributed it. So it wasn't like a formal or official kind of thing. It was just something. So I agree with Seth and Jordan that we could share ideas with you over the next little bit. This wasn't something that was put out for everybody. It just came about because of that.
And to be clear, you don't need those letters of intent in writing. Again, this is a more informal committee, so it's just whatever council's decision is on that.
Okay, so as I'm hearing it, council would like to share their thoughts with me regarding members of a rec committee. And as I have stated previously, all committees are ad hoc. So that means, excuse me, council, that being said, if you would like to share your thoughts with me of anyone you think would be a benefit and an asset to a rec committee, please share them with me via town email, and I will take those into consideration, and with proper concern and care, I will make an appointments at the next meeting. I believe, Jordan, did we talk about 5 members? Is that what we talked about?
Yes, is what we discussed last time is 2 out-of-town members, 2 in town, and then I would be the 5th vote, or whomever has a seat in the future.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Is council satisfied with this procedure? Okay,
Yes.
hearing no objections, we shall move forward. Please submit that to me and share it with me via email, town email, and I will do my best to do the best I can. Thank you. Okay. All right, thank you all. Okay, now, we're, excuse me, please, let me get water. We are on Roman number 11. Make sure I'm right. Yes. Monthly financial report, pool update. Who would like to do that?
That would be me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and Town Council, I want to walk you through the January results, starting with the summary income statement, and then we'll get over into the details if needed, and we have cash reserves, both summary and detail also. On the general fund, the year-to-date net loss variance, it primarily results from low revenues in most categories, 50.9% of budget or $4.1 million, offset by lower expenses, 66.4% of budget or $2.8 million in all departments, and net capital purchases except town manager. At this time, with us being 7 months into the year, I would start to attribute some of these variances to permanent differences. So revenues, timing/permanent, expenses, timing/permanent, but the permanent part is really the salaries. The other expenses are still tracking as they should. And then timing permanent for capital outlays as well. On the water fund, the year-to-date net income variance results primarily from lower revenues, hurt of 48.5% of budget, or $935,000, offset by lower expenses and net capital purchases help, 60.2%, or $578,000. When you look at the revenues, I would definitely attribute them to timing/permanent, because some of the line items are definitely lower than they should be for, they're only at like 48.5% overall. Expenses are still timing, and capital is timing. On the sewer fund, that year-to-date net income results primarily from lower revenues, hurt 57% of budget, or $789,000, which is offset by lower expenses help, 55.1% of budget, or $695,000. I would say in both those instances, they're both timing related, and especially on the expenses, because we still have quite a few things coming up that we're repairing from time to time. On the water sewer line maintenance, the year-to-date net loss variance results from lower expenses and capital purchases help, 60.7% of budget, or $255,000. And then we still have that small $25,000 or $26,000 payment we have from the Cumberland Plateau for our sewer evaluation, so that's a permanent difference. Expenses and capital are both timing. Now, I did make the change that we had talked about last month. I split out the operations from the capital of the generator to show you where we are on the electric fund. Electric fund without the generator, year-to-date net loss variance primarily results from lower revenues, hurt 57.1% of budget, or $3.1 million, and lower expenses help, 81.7% of budget, or $1.3 million. And if you notice, we have approximately a $1.8 million net loss year-to-date, and I can pretty much, from looking at the variances, the revenues are timing and the expenses are timing permanent, but the big driver here is the purchase power expenses are coming in much higher than what we anticipated. On an annualized basis, they're going to be about $1.2 million higher. So we probably or should consider at some point implementing the power cost adjustment. I've gone through some sensitivity analysis on what those impacts would be on the monthly billings, but I strongly would recommend we doing that.
And now probably would be the time to do that.
Could you share that analysis too? Would that be possible? Like, you don't do it right here, just like in general.
I can, just send it to you?
Yeah, it'll be
right
awesome.
now it's just on notebook
Yeah.
paper.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Even if you just want to take a picture of it, 100%.
Yeah,
But
what I did, I went through
Yeah.
like from 250,000, what's our shortfall, is at 250, all the way up to $1 million, showing what the monthly impact would be on, we have like 2,400 customers at 1,000 kilowatts for normal usage a month, so I can send you that.
that's all
Yeah.
Simple. It's perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect.
and Alan helped me on that as well, but it's very,
Sweet.
very similar to what I used to do on the fuel cases at Dominion when we
Okay.
were trying to recover fuel cost.
Okay.
This is what aggravates me about that. I asked twice about buying the extra wattage during the 2 cold spells. We was told we was good. Wasn't we, Seth?
Yep.
We was told we was good. We know this was happening. I called David, asked him, do we need to buy more? No, we're good. That's what aggravates us. When we ask for stuff like that, it's not y'all's fault, but we both did ask, and we was good. Now we get stuck with this 1.3 or 3.1 million. And that's what that costs.
Yeah, and that's why we're making the recommendation to do it as soon as we can. I mean, we want to try
I
to do
agree.
as much as we can to offset that for the rest of the fiscal year.
What's the cost of the power cost adjustment that we've taken off?
That we would need,
No.
I'm sorry.
When we took the PCA off, that was what?
It was right when I got on council, so within the first 6 months of Gary and I being elected.
It was before I got here, too.
Yeah, it varies. Like, that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to ebb and flow with the seasonality. The PCA is supposed to take that away. So
Yeah.
I'm good if Ronnie wants to set that number. I'll empower him right now, if that's what you want. But
I mean, what I'm doing, I've got the latest forecast from GDS as well, and we budgeted 6.2 million purchase power. They're looking at about 7.3 now. For next year, they're looking at about 8.2 million, so it's going to continue to keep going up.
we should address this promptly.
Well, the thing that I would say is it's not just a one-pointed address. We're addressing things for the long term by building this generator.
Sure.
But, we're sitting at about 12 months out, 12 to 14 months before that's operational. That is going to make a significant difference in our power costs, our power supply, and what we're able to do for our citizens. The other thing is Appalachian Power has just been on a tear with people, and a tear sponsored by the State Corporation Commission and all the delegates who get hundreds of thousands of dollars into their coffers every year, the delegates and the state senators. They're bought and sold by the power companies, period. And they have to do something on a state level to stop that. We have citizens in our town that have Appalachian Power. And as I think three of us sit on this council that are on Appalachian Power. I have buildings that are on Richlands Power too. The cost of Appalachian Power has just gone through the roof. I want to be cautious of how we implement PCA, and I'm not saying that we don't need to do something. I agree with that. I just want to be cautious about how we do that before I'm willing to say, yes, let's do it tonight. I need to see how that's going to affect each of our citizens, what we estimate the average of that is going to be, because we're making decisions that are going to affect people. Now, we all agree that we've done a great job of holding costs low. Our power costs are better than Appalachian Power by far right now, and I understand everything has to go up a little bit. We've held them low as long as we can, but I just want people to hear tonight, because if you think that your power bill is going to go up, it's a scary thing. And for the first time, I would say the first time in a long time, I've had conversations with people in the real estate world where the conversation used to be the realtors would tell people it was more expensive to live in town than it is outside based on your power bill. That's not the conversation anymore. Now people want to come to Richlands because the power bills are cheaper than what people are paying on Appalachian Power. That's a great conversation. That's where we wanted to get to when we've arrived. Now, granted, I understand where we are. I understand the necessity because we've had these monster storms. And the other huge benefit to this generator is that we are going to build in a plan that allows us to peak shave too. So we're going to use, let's say we use 4 megawatts for demand, or we use 5, whatever, but we're going to have some capacity to peak shave, which is going to save us an additional massive amount of money when we get this online. We're still a little bit out from that, and we've got to survive until that point. We've got to get there. So I'm in agreement, but Ron, before I don't want to approve something tonight without us knowing how it's going to affect people.
Yeah, so let me walk back now. Even if we have to schedule a meeting in the next week or two to address that alone, I understand the need for council to look at Ronnie's analysis and make an informed decision. Absolutely. When I say now, not necessarily tonight, but it's definitely something that we have to address in the short term to try to offset that for this fiscal year. I know you understand that. And I do want to mention to again, Ronnie's credit and Alan, they knew that some of these cold snaps were coming, and we really did do our part here from a staff perspective to try to peak shave on those days. I know that happened. I get the frustration, trust me. I mean, I'm sitting in this seat just over the last few weeks, and I'm frustrated with you. I mean, this is something that we're going to have to work with, and I think Ronnie's plenty capable. We'll find a solution moving forward. I mean, is it going to be impactful? And again, when people are hearing us talk about raising rates, is it going to be impactful? Yeah. for some more than others. I mean, we're not trying to raise rates to an astronomical level, even from what we project next year that we'll have to raise
Right.
rates. We're
Yeah.
still going to be cheaper than AEP. And again, that doesn't make you feel better whenever you're living on a fixed income and your power bill goes up $30, $40 a month. And I'm not saying that's what I'm just saying that you throw it up as an average. We understand that, and I promise you, council, we're particularly sensitive to that. We understand. We understand that we are serving a community where, the median household income is under $40,000. So every decision that we make,
Yes.
we keep that in mind when we bring that to you as a suggestion, and we'll continue to do that.
All I ask is that Ronnie, when you bring analysis, let us calculate what that's going to do to the kilowatt hour calculation of where we are now, what that's going to look like. And I get that changes, I understand that, but what the immediate impact is going to be so that we can relay that to people and everybody can understand this is why we are where we are, this is what we have to do, but there is help coming.
Right. Yes, I'll get that announced to you in the next day or so.
Thank you.
I would
So-
may I speak and say, I understand the complexities of this, and Seth, you're right, we do want to be very cautious of what we do that impacts our citizens financially, as well as what we do that takes care of the finances of the town in which they live. And that being said, I'm with you, both Jordan and Seth. So if I'm hearing correctly, we would like just a little bit more analysis and also time for council to think about what kind of PCA we might want to install. And if that is the correct case, and Ronnie, I will defer to you for the analysis, what you can do. And then I do not mind to all to call a special meeting as long as it's, we go in an informed way and whatever is necessary. For me personally, it would have to be late next week if that is what council would like.
Yes. Yes, that makes sense, Mr. Mayor. We'll put the analysis together, and then if even necessary, we can do some more sensitivity around it and what it will be, what the impact on the billings will be.
Thank you. Is council satisfied at this point? Okay, thank you very much. Ronnie, do you have more, I believe, maybe?
I do. Just want to point out one other thing on that summary income statement. I do have the generator broken out, so you can see there what we've spent year to date and the sources of the funding for that. 5.2 was from the note payable, and 1.4 was from unrestricted funds. And we'll see a little bit more of that when we look at the reserve balances as well. Any other questions on the summary income statement? Okay. What follows that is the detailed income statement. And what I've been doing on this is if you guys have questions, I'll go back and break out or comment on what's making up the balances, or if there's something I think it's important for you to know, I've been adding comments for that as well. So is there any accounts on here we need to do some further research or?
I love your comments on the side because you hit on most of what I'm going to ask anyway. I am a little bit shaken in my seat over here about a couple of the things that don't have comments on them. In a lot of the departments, the insurance lines, life insurance, retirement plan are like through the flipping roof.
Yeah, we've identified an issue with the retirement expenses. The rate was went up to 37 from 23.
So this is something that we identified a few weeks back. It's definitely an issue, and it's an issue for this fiscal year moving into the next budget year. Ronnie and I have been working on it. He thinks that some, and I'm going to speak for you, Ronnie, but some of the steps that we've taken here recently with overtime issues are going to work to stop the bleed, for lack of a better term, okay? We see it. We understand it's a problem. Ronnie and I have had a lot of conversations surrounding what we need to do to rectify that oversight. And again, it's easy for me to sit here and say things about previous. I don't want to do that. Okay,
Yeah, you're just gonna fix
it was an oversight, and it wasn't one of It wasn't one that was Ronnie's responsible for. Okay?
got you.
And we are doing our very, very best. And I've had some conversations with the board, and especially the budget, the two folks on budget committee. I think you understand why that happened, what we're trying to do to make that better this fiscal year, moving into next year. But we see it, and we're working to address it.
And the non-departmental, where is that, like, non-departmental insurance, life insurance specifically is what I'm looking at. What is that? Because there's not a salary in there, so.
It's a small amount. I think it's one of the items I've asked for Amanda to look into. I think it should be zeroed out.
Okay.
And allocated to other departments.
And everything else, I mean, you've basically already addressed it in your notes over there, and just watching this, I appreciate how proactive you are in catching this stuff, especially now through the transition, and have full confidence that you guys are gonna get it all out of the red there.
Well, thank you. We have been taking all this into consideration for the fiscal year 26 budget. All right, moving on to the summary reserves, starting with the general fund. So the unreserved cash balance is almost $2 million, and that was a $33,000 increase from December. And then the projected still at $650,000, and there was not any change there from December. And I'm still applying the current or the existing financial policies. I still need to get that last version to you guys to show you where the final changes, and then we can hopefully implement those. On the flip side, the water unreserved cash balance is $709,000, and the projected unreserved cash balance is $196,000. $42,000 decrease on the actual, and $131,000 decrease on the projected. On the sewer department, negative $480,000, $62,000 decrease from December. And on the projected, it's $1,012,000 or $78,000 decrease from December. And this one, I know last year we implemented a rate, I think in the fall of '23. Last year we didn't implement a rate increase since we had just done the one previously, but I'm proposing when we get to that point this year is to take it back to where we needed to be in '26. So we'll basically, I think we had talked about doing, it was like 25 cents a year or 50 cents a year to get it back in line. So hopefully that'll help with this, and we'll have to do that as we get into those new loans and whatever with the upgrades. And then the last fund is the electric department, and this one is running really, I mean, unreserved cash balance is only $19,000. Part of that is the high fuel costs from January that we just talked about. The projected is about 2.4 million under, and this is where we are really working to get these loans and grants in for the electric. There's still some legwork to be done on them. I have a call with the Regional Commission tomorrow, or Thursday, I mean, and to talk through the next steps on that. I've already been in conversations with AMLR on their grants as well, but I'm hoping to get some more information this week, and I'll bring that back to you guys as the next steps, because it's starting to really drain the reserve balance down, and I've got some fairly big payments coming up in April for the generator. Actually, March will be about 1.5 million, and then April will be about 3.5 million between Quantum and the Enbridge contract.
Ronnie, on that note, I spoke to Jonathan Belcher, and he is open for us to come and see him. We need to get on the agenda. If you could contact them tomorrow, and we may be too late for this meeting, but he's open. We met with them earlier. They have approximately $1 million in a loan fund that's ideal for this type of project. We need to get that as soon as we can and get in front of them. If you can get on there, I'll be glad to go with you. I'll send it to you. Yes.
And then Ronnie and I'll reach out. We'll absolutely schedule something.
Yeah, definitely.
I also had a friend reach out from Appalachian Voices about a $200,000 grant that I haven't sent you the email yet, but he said that that's open for us and that he will help us apply and get that. And
That's awesome.
it's $200,000.
Yeah, no, they're all worth applying for. We did, and I think I mentioned last meeting, we did apply for the other $2 million grant, working with Merchant McIntyre, the one that Quantum brought to our attention.
Yes.
Yeah, I would, at this point, I like to say it's all timing, because I mean, once we get those funds in, we will, these balances will look more in line. And I think that is,
Thank you. Is there anything else you wish to report?
You want to talk about the pool?
oh yeah, I do. I have one more thing, Mr. Mayor. Last month, I mentioned the pool and some of the upgrades, and I think we had various options to consider. We had considered like an option one. Well, as it turns out, that proposal was never executed, and as far as even a schedule for when those repairs or upgrades could be done, we'd have to get back with National Pool. The last communication they had with Jason was in November. So we've got some competing priorities as well on the funding, on the general fund, with some other equipment we need. So in talking with Billy and Anthony, we're going to get the pool up and running. I don't think we're going to do a slide at this point, although I do have $40,000 in this year's budget for a slide if we wanted to still do that. But I think some of the work would have to maybe be redone or something. So we're going to try to get whatever leaks are going on fixed and get it up running for this season, and then revisit with National Pools, depending on our other priorities for capital. So I want to just give you an update on that.
Hey, Ronnie, last thing, and I don't mean to, anybody can ask a question about that, but did you get the RFP out on the checking accounts and the interest rates and all that kind of stuff that we talked about last time?
I have not yet.
Okay. Just curious.
No, I
It's
have it
on your
my
list, I know.
I know. I do have it on my list.
I got you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I do have a quick
Anyone,
question.
Bonnie, or members of council? I'm sorry.
I have a quick question. Am I good to go? Okay,
Okay, Jordan.
sweet. So you said we're fixing the leaks. Is that the game plan? So like I was told that those are pretty like intricate, like saw cuts have to be made, and that pool opens in May.
Well, he was still talking with those same leaks.
Yeah.
He mentioned the saw cuts.
Yeah, so like, is that what we're gonna plan to? Because I agree, like,
Yeah.
we should not go full with a full pool remodel. However, we're gonna have to eventually do an economic analysis. Do you leave the hose in there 24/7, or do you cut the concrete and fix the leak?
And talking with Billy, they planned to what is it? Would they listen to the?
Oh yeah, the sound thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
Try to find leaks with the sound.
Yeah.
And then do the saw cuts.
Yeah, and I think that is priority one, just making it stop leak. I would like to have a slide, but I'm telling you, slides are extremely expensive. Like we're talking $20,000 to $50,000.
Yeah, they had it in there for $40,000.
Yeah, I mean I'm open to that. That would be nice, but I do think you have to get that pool to stop leaking.
Well, that's the goal.
That's a priority.
Yeah.
And we know, again, this is something that we're coming to you, we're saying, this contract's supposed to be executed. You were under the impression that these upgrades were going to be made, and we're coming back to you and saying, hey, it may not be financially possible at this point. Like we talked about earlier in the day on the phone, it's not a no, we can't do certain things, but it's just let's look at it and see where our priority areas are moving into this next budget year. And I get what you're saying about the leaks. That's something we got to do now, and we can certainly work to address that.
Maybe I shouldn't say this, but I'm a little bit, and not at anybody in this room, but I'm a little bit pissed off about the pool situation. We're sold the story that we bought. This council backed off. Everybody has accused this council of being micromanagers, and we backed off, and we gave somebody the room to do what they needed to do, and it not only screwed us over, but it screwed our citizens over. And there's nothing we can do about the pool, and I get it, but I'm pissed off about it. And it is nothing to do with anybody sitting in this room right now or sitting at that table. And that's probably a good thing, because I'm mad enough that we would be talking about somebody's job if they were still here.
I agree.
Any other comments?
Well, I have a question, it's not related to that, but what is the status on our paving, Ronnie? Are we going to try to do like we did the year before and get some done by July, or?
Yes, that's the plan.
Have you done sent out the RFP yet, or
Jason and I are meeting tomorrow, and then it's going to go out this week.
Okay, perfect.
we're late, but I understand.
I've been trying to get with him for a couple weeks. He's been busy as well.
And Ronnie's had some time here recently to focus back on the finance side of the house, and we're catching up. We're starting to get our head above water, and we certainly appreciate, the grace the council showed over the last few weeks to try to catch up, get our feet underneath us.
It feels a little bit more stable right now and secure with you guys in the positions that you're in. And as mad as I am, again, not at anybody in this room or at this table, it feels at least stable enough that we're going to be able to move forward with some sort of semblance of normalcy and getting back on track.
Any other comments or questions before we go on to Ronnie? Do you have anything else you would like to report?
I do not, thank you.
Any other questions from council for Ronnie? Okay, I need 5 minutes of recess right now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, we are on Roman numeral 12, attorney report. Mike?
Just one quick thing. I believe that Matt Whited had sent over, wanted to update some driver policies. Those aren't ordinances or anything like that. That would just need to be, it's really to get them up to accreditation to normal standards there. So I've looked over those. I'll spend a little bit of time looking over those, but that's something that's Matt has drafted. It seems to be reasonable to me. But once again, it's not something that's an ordinance, so it does not have to be read or approved. But just wanted to give you all an update on that. And then, of course, I've got quite a few things in executive session that we'll talk about.
Thank you, Mike. Anything else, Mike?
No, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, now we, excuse me, we're on Roman numeral 13, town manager report. Ron?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. First, I'm going to talk about the bridge construction and the detour that we know is coming on Second Street. We met with, staff and I, being Susan and Bill, met with representatives from VDOT and the contractor. One of the concerns that we had was, and it's been brought to us by Laura and Rick, I think there's businesses on either side of that bridge that we know are going to be impacted by the detour. So we went with VDOT. We worked through those considerations. We are hoping to get something back this week from their public relations person for the region, just a graphic showing where the detour is at. And we'll work our citizens through that and talk about where the detour is going to be. And for those businesses that are going to be cut off, which are on either side of the bridge, there's going to be some parking on the street level that we can get folks to. So as soon as we get that graphic back from VDOT, we'll go ahead and start pushing that information out. And I also plan, the first days of this detour, we know it's going to be rough. I'm planning on assigning some extra police presence around the detour areas where we can have the blue lights. We'll slow people down and we can guide people through it until they learn a pattern there, and we can establish this as the new detour. Budget prep. We have our first meeting Thursday with our budget committee. Kind of the way that we envision this thing going is we're going to meet with the committee for our first talk Thursday. Have another meeting next week. Hopefully you'll bring back concerns from council to us. We would like to schedule, and this might be appropriate to talk about the PCA too, a special call meeting on 3/25, March 25th, for a full council. We'll sit down with staff and we'll talk about that first cut of the budget. And we can also just go ahead and put the PCA on there if you'd like. Trash and bulk schedule. We'd asked Jason to bring you back a schedule. What I've asked him to do is we've got several department heads, all of whom I trust are going to help work him through, and we've already made a lot of headway. He's got at least a rough draft to me. We know that we're going to have the new grapple truck on the ground here soon. Hopefully we can get our previous truck fixed. The priority is going to be catching up with all the brush that's currently on the curb. And then what I'd like to do is once we catch up, we can roll out our new schedule. I really like the direction that it's headed. And again, this is kind of a holistic approach. It's not just up to Jason. We've had several department heads. Even Matt Whitehead's chipped in. Matt's a great scheduler. And Jason's been receptive to the help. So we're all working collectively to try to offer the most efficient service that we can there. So I'll bring that back to you closer to the time that we're ready to start the schedule. Events and parades. I've had Keisha submit a list, keeping in mind that next year we're going to have to tighten the belt up, but from a budget perspective, we're trying to pare down our events to a level that we think we can afford, both from her budget, but also police department, first responders that have to be assigned. The overtime is killing us. And again, I think that we've done a lot of those things with good intentions, but we're having to pay for it too. So we're going to focus on, events that we've had, they're traditions for the town, of course. And then we'll work with the events committee, and we'll roll a new schedule out here soon. Parades. I know there's going to be probably some heartburn over this, but there is no way we can host our major parades with the current route that we're going to have after the detour route. There's no way that we're going to be able to work, the long trailers and the semis through that. I do think we can still have like the Little League Parade. It's not, you don't have to really close down a lot for that. And then there's a senior parade. That's a handful of vehicles. But I'm talking our large scale parades or Christmas parade. We have sat down and tried to think of an alternate route that will hold those semis and the large trailers, and we just can't think of one that's going to be safe at this time. So if council's okay with it, we would like to just cancel the parades this upcoming year. We know it's going to be a year-long project on this detour. It's not something we want to do just out of a matter of public safety. We feel like we just can't have that Christmas parade or any large-scale parade this year.
Ron?
Yes, sir.
May I ask?
Yes, sir, Mayor.
I talked to you briefly about it, and I understand the semis. Just consider, and maybe I don't know, is there a way that we could ask parade participants not to bring large semis and those kinds of things so that corners could be turned?
I think it's worth discussing. The issue that
I suggest.
the issue we may run into is then if they show up with it, do we turn them away?
You just tell them no. Let's talk about it out of here.
Yeah, absolutely, Mayor. And we're open to the conversation. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Moving on to E, recommendation for resolutions. I wish Chief Keith and Matt White were here with me on this one, but I can't express how much we appreciate Virginia Beach, their Swiftwater Rescue Team, and Bristol Fire and Rescue. I can tell you without a doubt, this isn't speculation, I'm 100% sure of it, that those men saved lives in the town of Richlands the night of the flood. The last rescue they did, and I'll spare details about who the man is, but we had a man that had to crawl to the attic space of his home. He was in his pajamas. He was cold. He was borderline hypothermic when they got to him. If he would have been in that water just 30, 40 minutes more, we would have talked about a much different situation. So we know that they worked to save. We did over 80 evacuations, with about 20 of those being swiftwater operations considered high risk that night. I think it would be appropriate, and I would recommend the council consider resolutions for both Virginia Beach and Bristol Fire Departments. And let's take those, and I know that's a trip, but I think it's significant. We need to take that out to Virginia Beach and hand it to them at one of their council meetings if they would be agreeable to it, and take it to Bristol and just tell them how much that meant to us and our citizens in person.
We don't know when we're going to need them again. So
Listen, and I can't give, VDM actually wrote me in on one of their statewide Zoom meetings last week, and I had an opportunity to share with all those folks just how much it meant to us that they had the foresight. They reached out to us and said, hey, what are your concerns as we go into this situation with the rainfall and the melt? And we told them, look, from a local perspective, here's our concerns. It wasn't necessarily forecasted. The river wasn't forecasted to be as high as it was until the day of the flood. They listened. Okay, the governor's office listened, VDM listened. They listened to our concerns from a local perspective. They staged, critical resources like the Swiftwater team, the high water vehicle, and that's something else to consider is the National Guard here locally. They send 2 high water trucks. So I'm glad we're talking through it because they need to be recognized. They staged those resources days ahead of the storm, again, because they reached out to us and listened to us. And that work, that cooperation, that communication worked to save lives. I mean, we're blessed that they did that, and I thank them for it.
I would suggest go ahead and writing up those resolutions. If you guys are okay, I don't imagine anybody sitting up here is going to tell you not to do it.
No, that'd be great.
Ron, would you like a motion that we proceed with the resolutions?
It's council. If council would like to move forward with it, I think it's either way.
Is there a motion to proceed with these resolutions?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Motion is made and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 Thank you. So Ron, thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you, sir. And if you just entertain me just for a notice, I know we're late, but and I wasn't able to make it at our last meeting when I had the flood report. But a lot of our employees went way above and beyond that night. You know, the fire rescue, police, we always get the kudos and the pats on the back, but you didn't see, members of the street department, EJ from the water. We come so close, scary close to losing our water plant, inches. Well, not the entire plant, but critical infrastructure in the plant. EJ went over there and they had to drive him in on a loader to get him in so he could take the necessary steps to mitigate some of that, the damage that we knew was going to come. Just everybody that we had collectively worked together that night, and you should all be proud of not only police, fire, rescue, but all of our departments, street crew, EJ's crew, wastewater. We trammed 2 of our wastewater operators through high water so they could be in the plant and operate that plant through the storm. Those are the guys that don't get the credit, but they need to get the credit, and you need to hear that. So many of our employees did so many things to help our community that night, and their work is the fact that we didn't lose water services, we didn't lose power, we didn't lose our wastewater plant is a testament to their work and dedication to the town. They didn't have to do that. Moving on to F, new format for joint meetings with Planning Commission. This is a discussion that we've had with our representative, Gary Jackson with Planning, and the Planning Commission chairperson. What we're hoping to do is start to have these joint public hearings, then allow the Planning Commission to discuss it at the next meeting where they have more time to discuss it, a fair amount of time to discuss these important matters, and then bring back that recommendation of planning to the next council meeting. And I believe everybody's in favor of that. I won't speak for the planning, but.
Yeah, only thing I was thinking of though, and it's about the people that's waiting on this, you're pretty gonna put them a month behind getting their approvals.
It's fine.
The only pushback I would have is if it's an important project. I think, in the future, if they know that's going to be our format, they can plan for that.
Plan ahead.
And Barry did mention, if this is something that we know is just a no-brainer, it's just a real easy one without a lot of consideration, then we go ahead and do it. And I don't think anybody would be opposed to that. Right. But if it's one that's going to require, some deliberation and some time to think about it, right, I'd recommend we move on with the format that we did today. And then one more thing, Mayor, the Appalachian CCAP, which is Community Corrections Alternative Program out of Honaker. Their inmate workforce came over and helped us clean up the Critterville, the Little League fields. They have been phenomenal. They brought anywhere from 6 to 10 men. Today, they're in the police department painting their gym. So we would like to offer our thank you to Appalachian CCAP and their employees and those inmates. They work hard. These are low-level, nonviolent type offenders, and it's just an opportunity for them not to be incarcerated in your traditional sense and to go out and make an impact in communities. So we truly do appreciate their work and their help. That's all I have, sir.
Ron, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay. Are there any questions for Chief Holt?
Ron, we need to send a letter of thanks to the town of Abingdon, too.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Yeah,
I think they were on the ground with 3. I'm sorry, Mayor. Go ahead.
That's okay. I know Botetourt County was here. Have we sent a letter of appreciation to them?
I will try to go back through with our public safety team and our department heads to make sure that we're not missing anybody. And absolutely, Abington was here, and I really appreciate Seth for you reaching out to that town manager there. They were great. I think they were on the ground with 3 days. They sent a whole crew, not just a truck. So
Yeah, he said,
really
we'll send
appreciate
in
it.
whatever you need.
Yeah, they did.
That was fabulous. And I did tell them too, if they ever need us, something ever comes up and they need us. And I think that's something, this has taught me from this storm and the response that we got from across the state. We need to do likewise. When there's an event, when something happens to our fellow communities, and we have the ability to help them, I think in the future, we need to step up and send people. It was a big help to us.
Thank you. Okay, shall we move on? Okay, we're now on Roman numeral 14, council members report. Laura?
The only thing I've got tonight is kind of acknowledging everyone for the flood work. Chief Holt we just went through a whole list of all the counties and towns and everything. The town employees, I don't think, there were some town employees that I know that we were getting emails you'd get them at 11 o'clock, then 12 o'clock, then 2 o'clock in the morning, then 6 o'clock in the morning, and I finally had to say, Chief Holtz, are you sleeping? Because it was, he was here constant. All of our state officials, even before the storm happened, I had people reach out from Morgan Griffith's office, Travis Hackworth, Will Moorfield. They were all here for us, whatever we needed. Will kind of went above and beyond with everything. If I could describe him in 3 words, would be his insane work ethic, because he was, again, 24/7. He was an absolute voice for Southwest Virginia. He had the governor's office on standby for us, and, his heart for the people. He was always worried about what he could do for the citizens. Travis Hackworth backed him up, Congressman Griffith. I mean, everybody was just great. So I just want to say thank you to those people, and specifically Delegate Moorfield. Thank you.
Anything else, Laura?
No, sir, that's all.
Thank you.
I don't have anything. I forwarded my citizen requests to Rod the other day, and he forwarded them on to Chief Holt, so that's all I have.
Thank you, Jan. Jordan?
Sure. So just want to reiterate what Laura said. Thank you to everybody that worked so hard during the flood, all employees across the board. I know there was too many to even remotely name all departments. The next thing I wanted to bring up, we wrapped up basketball season at the rec park. It was a fantastic year. I think it's one of the best years I've been a part of so far. We also I wanted to throw out there, Tiny Tots should be coming up next month for the younger kids that aren't old enough to play basketball, soccer, or volleyball. So please be on the lookout for that. I wanted to give a big shout out to the electrical department for putting up the mirror on Tazewell Avenue. I've had so many people call me and say thank you. It's obviously better, so thank you all so much. Final thing I want to say is cleanup. It looks amazing. I've seen that, like, every day you go by there, it's like a whole new place. It's transformed completely. I want to give a huge shout out to all the volunteers over there that helped clean up things, straighten fence posts, clean out the fields, move everything. Specifically, I want to say thank you to Richlands Little League and all YBC, getting those fields back, helping with the fences, like I stated. They haven't asked me for any help, but if they do, I'll forward them to you, but they might not ask, but if they do, please take care of them. Yep, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Jordan. Rick?
Well, I'm going with Jordan on the mirror at Tazewell Avenue. That's a great thing. It's really changed my life every morning, going out in traffic. And another thing that Jordan mentioned, the rec park, the little league basketball games, well, not little league, but the little basketball games that we've been having over there, I've been attending them. It's a lot of people appreciate that more than we sit here on council. If you don't ever go there, you don't really know, but it really went well, everything pretty smooth. The old grapple truck, has it been taken to Freightliner?
My understanding is that it had. We do anticipate that we might get that back. I'll confirm with you and email you tomorrow, or I'll text you. I know that sometimes it's easier to text you.
Sorry.
I'll confirm with Jason, but my understanding is it has.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about FEMA? Are they anything from FEMA yet?
So FEMA and VDM has been on the ground here. We are still looking for the major disaster declaration through the president's office. We have to have that before we're going to be eligible for individual assistance. One of the things that we did discuss when Travis Hackworth, Morgan Griffith, Will Moorfield, we had a joint meeting with VDM and reps from FEMA. One of the things that Will and Travis were trying to push through was individual assistance through the state. They're working on that, and we do think that there's some hope there. It's not going to be a tremendous amount of money, but anything right now, guys, I mean, I don't need to tell you, you've lived here your whole life. If we could have picked two of the most economically distressed areas in town for this flood to impact, it did. Okay, these folks don't have a lot already. So, $5,000 was the amount that was threw out during the meeting. I know that's what the goal was. I don't know where they're at with that, but they're working on it. I mean, that's huge for somebody that lost everything.
Absolutely.
So we're praying that we still can get that major disaster declaration from the president. The more time that drags on, I feel less hopeful about it. But I still think that there's some hope out there on some folks' part that it's going to happen. So we're just waiting on that. We did, from a town standpoint, from a municipal standpoint, there's some money that's becoming available through DHCD. It was formerly HUD money that they freed up, that they are using for immediate needs for localities that were impacted. I'm going to work with Cumberland Plateau. There's some very specific guidelines, like what we can use that for. Generators, fixed generators, communications equipment, debris removal. We got a whole pile of debris down there. So we're going to reach out and try to get as much help as we can through that pot of money. But yeah, FEMA, to answer your question, it's complicated. FEMA's on the ground. They're aware of where we're at. We're just waiting on that major declaration before their work can really help people.
Okay, thanks, Ron. And I want to thank Will Moorfield, Travis Hackworth, and Glenn Youngkin. What people don't understand, if the governor doesn't declare disaster, it's hard to get these other resources. And that's what opens our town up for the other resources when the governor declares a disaster. So I appreciate all that and all of them working to help us get that done. That's all I have, Ron. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Gary?
Mayor, I don't have nothing at this time, but I'm saying I just want to thank everybody for your hard work and taking care of citizens and our town.
Gary, thank you. Seth?
Yes, sir, Mayor. Again, just reiterate thank yous all around. When I showed up, I think it was about midnight that night, Travis was out here, and he had the governor on the phone, on speakerphone with me and Ron, and the governor was just like, whatever you need, we'll get it there, we'll do it. And this was the night of the flood, and he's, I think the connections that Will and Travis have with our governor and this administration is imperative for Southwest Virginia, and it's been a big help to us in getting things that we need done. I just want to say thank you to both of them for doing a great job. Also, one thing, and I've really debated about bringing this up, but I do just, and I'm not going to dig into the weeds with this tonight, but Jordan and I got to be part of a phone call with the county a couple weeks ago, and I know that the school board continues their disinformation campaign and continues to blame us for the flooding at the school. And so I just wanted to take a minute and reiterate the fact that the flooding at the school is in no way, no shape, no form caused by anything that we have done. First of all, the school does not sit inside of the town of Richlands at all. And furthermore, they've put some false accusations out there that we didn't allow them to hook up a drain line, and that's why the school flooded. That's not true either. We did not stop them from putting a drain line because that was not the plan. There was a meeting between Dr. Stacy, Shanna Plaster, our town manager at the time, some of our town folks. An agreement that was made was they would allow them to go ahead and install the lines to the edge of the ball field, and we would be waiting on a set of engineered plans to tell us how we could take the water. What their contractor then did, their contractor was at that meeting too, I think, but the next few weeks later, their contractor shows up and begins to dig a ditch 6 foot deep, 10 feet wide, in the middle of a right-of-way that they didn't have right-of-way to be on. The property owner called me, Jordan, some other people, and said, hey, you got to do something about this. They can't do this. But the thing was, there was never a permit issued. There was not a licensed contractor on site when that project began. There's never an erosion sediment control plan that was done. There was never a building permit issued or never an erosion sediment control permit issued through the county or through, is it, DEQ, correct. No stormwater permit through DEQ. They disturbed over the square footage that would have required all those permits to be done, and they never got them. But set all that aside, the point is, there was a meeting between all the parties involved, and there was an agreement made, and they didn't do what they said they were going to do. So the county, Ken Dunford, did have to come down, and he shut down their work and asked them to restore it back to the way that it was before. During the last storm, Shanna had been told that, we stopped them. If she was at that meeting, she knew that wasn't accurate, but I took Shanna up there, myself, Billy Shelton, I think Jason, I don't know who else was there, but we went up there and looked, and the same amount of stormwater that has always come off of that field down the ditch between Roma's and Pizza Hut is still the same amount of stormwater that is coming down that ditch and out into the road. So the issue is that over a period of 30 years, they've continued to build and build and build everything up into a bowl, and you've raised that dirt level, especially when they built the football field the first time. When I was a kid, my kindergarten class was on that field, but the field was 5 feet lower. You walked across it, it was even at the time from where the school is. But when they removed all the dirt on the football field, they built it up like a berm. They took all the dirt that they poured out, and that's where they put it. You can't continue to raise the level of something, and what it's done is it's pushed all the water back into that bowl. But all of that aside, we stepped up during both the last flood events. We sent town employees with town resources. I spent hours on the phone trying to find pumps for them, trying to find someone, because the first event, the Dad Fire Department showed up and were able to use their pumper truck to remove water. The second event, they were unavailable because they were flooded in. They could not get out. So I called Chief Keith. I called Jason Shepard. I began to call outside. We tried everything that we could to find every resource that we could to help them. We allowed them to overpump, to pump out of that, and they were doing that for days to try to keep up. And I don't think the school got water in it this time. But that was a team effort, and, we're the ones that seem to be getting the blame for a problem that they created. And I just wanted to take a few minutes tonight just to say, hey, I'm tired of hearing it. It's not true. This is the truth. This is what really happened. But we love our town, we love our school, and we're still willing to help to try to fix those things. But it's getting really hard to help anybody when all you get is continual blame for something that we have nothing to do with, did nothing to cause, and sometimes you need to accept responsibility. So my call would be to the school system to accept responsibility for what you've done and come to us in the county again, and we will help you to fix the problem. But again, I sit here today, and Jordan, I know, we still haven't gotten a copy of an engineered drawing. We still don't have any type of plan. So as soon as you're willing to bring that to us, we are willing to get our guys together and to help to fix the problem. But and again, I apologize, Mayor, but I'm just sick of it. I'm tired of hearing about it. I'm tired of all the lies. So I just want to take a minute and kind of set the record straight tonight. Outside of that, I don't really have anything else tonight.
Thank you, Seth. Anything else? Anything else, Seth?
No, I'm good.
Thank you, members of council. Mayor, comments? I don't have any comments tonight. Thank you very much. Okay. Shall we move into executive session? And I would like to ask if we could meet in council chambers so that I could be a part of the executive session, please. So is there a motion? Excuse me. Is there a motion to go into executive closed session for the following code sections? Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A A8, consultation with legal counsel, water, wastewater agreement. Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A7, consultation with legal counsel, pending litigation, arms estate. Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A8, consultation with legal counsel, excuse me, meals tax enforcement. Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1, personnel overtime, town manager. Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A8, consultation with legal counsel, VDOT subcontractors, discussion. Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6, contract negotiations, Iron Street and Electrical Department.
So
Is there a
moved.
motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
I'll second.
Laura makes the motion, and Rick makes the second.
Sorry.
Any discussion on the motion? Roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. We're now in executive session.
Good night, Mayor.
Okay. Council, is there a motion to come back into open session?
Yes.
Who makes the motion?
Rick,
Rick makes the motion. Who's got the 2nd?
I'll second it, Mayor.
Jan makes the second. Okay, is there any discussion on this motion? Being no discussion, roll call vote. Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
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 Motion carries. It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Now, we need a motion to certify that nothing was discussed in executive session other than Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A8, consultation with legal counsel regarding water and wastewater agreement. Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A7, consultation with legal counsel pending litigation, arms estate. Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A8, consultation with legal counsel, meals tax enforcement. Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1, personnel overtime and town manager. Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A8, consultation with legal counsel, VDOT subcontractors discussion. Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6, contract negotiations, Iron Street and Electrical Department. Is there a motion to certify?
So moved.
Laura makes the motion.
I'll second.
Jan makes the second. Is there any discussion on this motion? An affirmative vote ensures that we discuss only those code sections that we mentioned. Roll call vote. Seth?
Yes.
Harry?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Yes.
Laura? The motion carries. It is unanimous. At this point, is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
No, I've got to make a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Is there any council action? I'm sorry.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to let the town manager discuss with the attorney on the Arms estate.
And just to clarify, that would be to hire an attorney, to discuss and hire an attorney.
Well, we just gotta, okay,
Discuss and potentially hire an attorney.
yeah, potentially, that's it.
Second.
And there's a motion made by Rick and a second. Mike, are you taking notes? Did you get that clearly?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
The motion carries. It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Now, I think we're ready to adjourn. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I'll second.
Laura makes the motion, Jan makes a second. Any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, all in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. We are standing adjourned. Thank you. Goodbye, everybody.